Hello, everyone. I'm back from a vacation, basically, to becoming the supreme executive authority that you already know that I am for the UNE, United Nations of Earth. Welcome back. I took all the trash that was outside to the bins. You're welcome. STELLARIS. Today I'm going to be also doing some sorting, organizing, indexing. So the gameplay is for the long term. Okay? So that means that before committing to action with this game, we want to make sure everything is ironed out, planet by planet, system by system, ship by ship, fleet by fleet. We want to make sure that everything is ironed out so that we have the perfect game going on. the immersion. We're supposed to be fully immersed in what we're doing here. And also, I may actually use other games to help bolster the immersion and to help you understand what it is that's going on in the game on one of the planets or in a space battle. Apparently I'm having to index a few things. I'll show you what I'm doing here. This is actually a pretty cool app. Take a look. Mom, just make sure the volume is low on your phone. Please. Thank you. I'm live streaming. That's why it wasn't up. There are haters outside. There are. What do you think about what I'm doing, Mom? What do you think about my live streaming? Well, what do you think about my routine live streaming, scheduled, working every day? What do you think about it?
Love you.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
All right. This will be tremendously helpful in making sure everything is organized. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Stop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Stop. Good. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 9, 7, 3, 5, 4. 1, 2, 7, 6, 7, 6, 9, 8, 9. 2, 3, 1, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 7, 3, 3. 8, 3, 8, 3, 9, 5, 4, 5, 4. 7, 2, 1, 9, 6, 7, 6, 7, 8, 0, 0, 9, 2, 1, 3, 0, 1, 7, 6, 5, 3. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You know, people start getting on your wave when they know how to routine themselves onto it because you're predictable, and then they start matching what they do with what you do. I'm with you, and it's an unwanted type of feeling. Like, just chill out. That type of thing. You want to just tell them, just chill out. Back boy. $2206, and then 559. Folder structure has been downloaded. works. Now, nested folders. Let me think. When I say let me think, louder sound. Yay. Louder sounds, let me think. Louder sounds, wow. No, I don't want you to think. That's what you're saying. No, I don't want you to think. No, I don't want you to think. No, I don't want you to think. No, it's just suddenly all the sounds started getting louder. I'm just observing. I said, let me think, and then suddenly spoons and shit like that. Oh, for crying out loud, I'm gaslighting you. For crying out loud. I'm a gaslighter. For crying out loud. When he says, let me think, I like to gaslight him. For crying out loud. Stupid ass secretaries. Problem? Hmm? It's a battle of the things where when you it's a battle of triggers. So, you know, you go and then they go like this. That's a loss for them. If they go like this all of a sudden and then you click something or press something, then they get a win. It's a stupid game. I hate it. It causes a lot of dysfunction, a lot of chaos. Let's strive to be better than that, yeah, Mom? My mom also just recently got that cool looking stand that she uses for her phone. It's pretty cool. You want to see? Her current gesture. It's very young youth like. Look what he did to me. Mom, 74? You're 74 years old? Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. 2026 minus 52.
But not until December.
52. So you're 73?
End of the year.
Mom, so wait, because it's your birthday's not until December.
Right.
You're not 74 yet? So you're 16.
73.
You're 73? Oh, you could have fooled me. All right, just imagine we're in a spaceship. Actually, yeah, Mom, we're in a spaceship together. And every time you go downstairs, Mom,
Yeah.
every time you go downstairs, it's like you're going to the planet or whatever, the exoplanet or whatever it is, Earth, I guess. So we're running shit from an admin level spaceship, and then, well, I am at least. My mom is my mom, the mother of the executive authority, the supreme executive authority. Don't forget that. God first, right? God known second, right? So my mom and I, we're in a spaceship with other people. Let's just say we got other people in a spaceship here. And then, yeah, every time my mom leaves the room, she just, I don't know, goes on a shuttle down to Earth. Yeah. But you found that funny? Why?
I am wheelchair shuttle.
Excelsior Drive. Okay. So I'm gonna turn on the AC for a little bit.
Really?
Yeah.
Why don't you just take off your jacket? It's not?
No, because it's not about jackets, it's not about clothing, it's about keeping the air conditioned. I can turn the temperature up if you want,
Yeah.
and then it won't probably use as much of the,
We
what do you
use
call it?
the same amount.
Well, yeah, it uses the same amount of electricity,
Well,
but
that's all I'm worried
it
about.
doesn't drop.
Um,
You barely even use the AC. Remember, you checked your finances, right? Remember when you checked your finances?
yeah.
The AC hasn't been used for more than 3 months. Costs were cut in half. Well, I mean, you know, the AC hasn't been used in the same way for more than 3 months, so the costs were cut in half.
Right.
No, I don't have time to discuss things like that, okay? Why? Alright, what temperature would you like it set to? 70?
Yes, please.
It's not frigid in here. Okay. I'm also hungry. I need food. So I got my food ready. The food is ready. When my body is craving food, I start to turn into more of an animal. So hopefully everyone working in the government remembers to bring their food. Don't forget that. Don't forget to bring your lunch boxes from home or whatever it is that you need to remember that whatever it is you have to you know, money for the bistro down the way or whatever. I'm pretty sure that it isn't illegal to have coder music in the background. I would actually kind of rather listen to Star Wars music sometimes instead of just the Stellaris music. It would keep me in the ambiance. Would you mind going over to the airlock?
What?
The airlock. It's right over there. You just press the button, go inside to the next room, and then close the door to this room, and then I'll help you from there. You don't know what I'm talking about? That's why ignorance is dangerous. You could have died if you followed that order. Did you know that? Manually. Most of these folders are going to be empty because I don't have to recall on anything since we're moving forward, but it's good to know that there's a system in place just in case I have to go back in time to review anything. And then when I gulp, when I go like this, when I swallow, it's like, depending on who my mom is connected to in the community, she'll point at my neck as though to say like, see, look at what you're doing. Like, I don't know, that shit's so annoying. She doesn't know that she's doing it. It's completely unconscious. It's just all unconscious. Government has a very clean unconscious. The community does not. And doesn't is probably the better thing to say around this type of community. Doesn't. Neat. So I need a fact sheet folder. A fact sheet folder. Making sure I have everything set on camera is so much better than not being on camera. Unfortunately, I can't just select multiple cells, copy, paste. It isn't letting me. Oh, now it is. Wasn't working before. Ha! That's much easier. Yeah, see, I just kind of made that same error thing. So need some reports. Don't worry, I'm not gonna do all of those that way. Just test. Fact sheets, and then what else? It's a government styling itself after a government, styling itself after a government, styling itself after a government. Just remember, the government was there first, and the government, and the government. No, the people were there first. A real government worker would say. So much for the people, though. You know what happens to the person who makes something first? Not always the most popular. Ooh. Oh, snap. So it's deep nesting the folder. I don't want it to be a deep nesting folder. If I modify it. Need for that to not be a deep nested folder. Need for it to just be a nested folder. No ability to do that, then never mind. Actually, no. No. It's not gonna work. Multi-select, control-click. So those are the shortcuts. I can't change the type. Shortcuts. Clear cells. Select range, shift click. Okay. So alt click, column there. Man, I don't know. Maybe, I think I know what to do. I know what to do. What I'm gonna do is just drag all of the folders on top of each other, and then just delete all the excess. All I have to do is rename this to research, reports. What was the first thing? Fact sheets. Sheets, download, reports. Good reporter is the best rat. Probably already knew that. That's why I wasn't a very good reporter, even when I was working for the government, for the federal government. I just kind of, you know, accepted everyone for who they were for the most part, unless they were breaking emergency rules, you know? Or if they're being a danger to themselves or others in terms of like not paying attention or something like that when they should be paying attention. Just make sure to help them out, especially in a kind way instead of scolding anyone. My mom has received more scoldings from me, unfortunately, that's the truth. More scoldings from me than anyone else that I've ever had to supervise. I think because I expect more from my parents overall. You'll easily be able to find where I'm also getting this information from. Don't use AIs to generate things that are real or realistic or something. Don't use AI to do it because it'll make things up. Constituents. It's a word for the moment. Hey, co-pilot. What does constituents mean?
In a nutshell, constituents can mean two main things. One, people who are represented by an elected official, like voters in a certain district. If you hear a politician talking about their constituents, they're basically referring to the people who elected them. Parts or components of something. For example, the constituents of a chemical compound are the individual elements that make it up. So it's all about either the people you're looking out for or the pieces that make something whole. Which angle are you more curious about?
Can you explain it in layman's terms for everyone?
Sure thing. So in everyday terms, when we say constituents, we could mean the people an official represents, like the folks who live in a certain neighborhood and vote for their mayor. Or it could just mean the building blocks or something, like the ingredients in your favorite recipe. It's just a fancy word for either your audience in politics or the pieces that make something. What else can I clarify for you?
That'll be all. Thank you.
Absolutely, my pleasure. If anything else comes up, just give me a shout.
Can you hear me now? Mom, by the way, your phone was going off. Huh?
I heard it.
Alright. instead of congressional reports. At this point in time, 2201, we're looking at council reports. Our form of government is just a bit different. If anything changes, if any way that the government works changes, then the president will let me know. Council being kind of an offshoot of Congress, in a way. Not statues, statutes. A co-pilot,
Hey there. What's on your mind today?
can you explain what statutes are?
Sure thing. Statutes are basically laws formally enacted by a legislative body, like Congress or a state legislature. They're the rules everyone's supposed to follow. Anything specific you're curious about in the world of statutes?
Nope, thank you.
You got it. No problem at all. If there's anything else you want to dive into, just say the word.
It's going to be really interesting studying, researching what's going on in these years between 2026 and 2201 and beyond, and seeing how it affects the simulation, and then seeing how that affects life and our understanding of life. Hopefully it keeps things interesting enough too, but for those of you who seek more action and thrill, please be aware that I also have Dead by Daylight live streams. Just cutting straight to the chase, Dead by Daylight. Get it? Also Factorio for when we land on a pesky planet or we want to know what is really going on over there. We can definitely get into some Factorio and set the scenario according. We can synchronize the data from the planetary situation to the Factorio. one person per power grid, I guess. Gonna do things that way. And we have a few more here, and then good to go. Ooh, excuse me. I work with the big picture, though not solely with the big picture. Working with the details is a chore, but definitely expands my knowledge and supports my receptive side quite a bit. Side of myself that I have a tendency to want to ignore because, ooh, that's right, I can fix that. Where are the journals for the opinions for 2208? Feel like such a noob scrub getting into all this government paperwork crap. It isn't crap. However, I think once I get the hang of it, maybe easier for me to work this way. Extract all of these into the same folder. Extract all. Extract all. Strange. Didn't quite that way it'll say replace or something like that, right? Work here. Oh, because there's nothing in those folders. That was the first extract. Okay, cool. Yeah, I gotta do this one by one. No problem. Really fast. Make sure I place it in the right folder. Gerudo Valley. See, in government, we try not to gaslight. Instead, we just try to, we like to enlighten. We like to distribute information, energy where necessary. Provide countless amounts of extroverted, intuitive moments over the course of thousands of years, millennia. Folder structure 11. So we're getting there. Folder structure 11 up to, going up to folder structure 18. Having my own like separate desktop to show where I'm doing all this work would be cool. That way I have more control of what to give the audience. You are audience members. So, let me check comments real fast. Apologies to anyone who was speaking to me and didn't get a response or a reply or something. Okay, nothing yet. Let's check the folders. Good. Yep. All the folders are set. It's awesome. Let me show you the final product here. Folder structure, window, it's a clipboard. It's not the clipboard that I'm looking for. I'm looking for a way to add the folders. Yeah. Well, here. Here's the index. And here are all the folders. So that way I don't have to do a bunch of copy pasting of folders and and a lot of move tool. Thank God for that. All right. Go ahead and get acquainted with the situation again. It is currently June 1st of 2201, and our stability rating for Earth went from 72% down to 68%. We've got +5 from the Empire Capital, +0.5 from Pop Jobs, 71% Pop approval rating is +12. So, recap, stability reflects the political stability of a colony, primarily influenced by the Pop approval rating of its population. Hey, co-pilot.
Hey there. Sounds like you're ready to dive in again. What's on your
Yeah, with a planet that has a stability rating of 68% and a population approval rating of 71%, what could be expected on the surface of the planet? What could be expected from these human beings?
So, with those numbers, you're looking at a planet where things are a bit more on the stable side than not. Definitely not in a crisis zone, but there's some tension in the air. You got a decent majority of the population feeling okay, not thrilled, but not about to revolt either. On the surface, I'd say you'd see a bit of a mixed bag. Some folks going about their business just fine, others maybe grumbling under their breath. It's a planet that's stable-ish, and you're going to see a population that's mostly cooperative, but keeping an eye on how things play out. What else are you cooking up in this scenario?
Well, can you give me some more details? Like, can you do some deep think? You know, give me some paragraphs about the people who live on this planet.
Absolutely, let's dive a bit deeper. So picture these folks as pragmatists. They're living on a planet where the majority feels like they're on stable ground, but they're not throwing any parades about it, right? It's like they trust the system just enough to keep it going. You'd probably find people focusing on routines and daily life, kind of aiming to keep that balance, but not necessarily dreaming of huge changes. So these are people who are adaptable but cautious. They're willing to go with the flow, but they're also scanning the horizon to make sure nothing tips them into chaos. It's a society that's not complacent, but not overly restless either. They're in that middle ground. So tell me, what other layers do you want to add to this world?
That'll be all for now. I appreciate that.
Absolutely, happy to help. Just let me know whenever you want to dive back in. Take care.
I'll probably read over that transcript after. I'm gonna read over the transcript. So now, word index. I gotta figure out how to get the index sorted via folders. There's nothing about that. I just got this indexing program and I want to get it working with the brand new folder structure. And if I can't, then what's going to have to happen is it'll just be for the records themselves and all the different files. What is it that I'm doing in government? Well, doing my part. Because what else can we do? We either choose government or we just choose to be a consumer. show you the program in a bit if you'd like to see. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Jingle all the way. We also were able to get rid of that planet deficit in the last video that I showed us running the simulation here, synchronizing it with life itself. Don't forget that part. Data bank. Yeah, it says here researchers and priests require consumer goods. Executive order. Download PDF. Throw that into a folder where it goes. And 2,200 executive orders. Lunchtime. Hey, Mom, are you hungry? You're not hungry? Okay. Never hungry. It's my suspicion that it's the cigarettes. She has to make that choice to quit the cigarettes, though I'm not going to force her to quit cigarettes. Switch between sorted and unsorted views. Without the check mark in front of the menu item, you'll see your index in record number order. Entries beginning with quotation marks. Okay. That's sorting, formatting, preparing. Maybe it doesn't read those files. Could be what it is. Text format. Will this work? Have an app associated with it. I hope you all get so drained, bored, that feel good. Straight up normal. New record. Oh, okay. There we go. Main page. Previous, next. Propagate. Well. Question is, what if? Yeah, this is what I'm look at doing antivirus scan for some of these. Folder. So we've got this new app here. I'll show you. Now we have the index here. We can search for an executive order. EO. There it is. I don't understand what the score thing there means. Nothing's showing up. Oh. Yeah, PDF files aren't gonna work with it. Might as well just save it as like a what is it that the file types I can open up with this ODS? So I'll save it as an ODT file. ODT. See if that works a little bit better. Just that. I don't know, the people just, they hate the government, so if there was no government, then I don't know, I guess we're just going back to, want to go back in time, and they're going to complain about things having to do with that. This program definitely doesn't make the orders look pretty. But it's still a way to index. Appreciate. However, we can just use this this program here, so you can read whatever it is that I'm reading. You know what I mean? I'm not down the RTF. Yeah, I'm aware of that. There. There's got to be a better way to. I want to make it look better than the way that it currently looks. But no, it's okay. What the best type of file is for this. DocX. Was avoiding saving it as a DocX. Word document, in other words. Okay, that actually looks better. We'll just keep saving them as Word documents. And the file is smaller than the ODT. It's more efficiency. Okay. This was all about the radio telescope array, and the basic research lab clusters. The UADS, CUDS form. They don't really have those yet. Provides planetary data, all sorts of data in order to get things synchronized. All the data pieces have to be synchronized with simulation, as well as sometimes, I guess, heightened overall reality. You okay? You need food?
No, remember I had the, you know what, yogurt. We're just looking for.
I already gave you your pack of cigarettes. Can't find it? Try standing up and then,
Yeah, I will. Synchronization briefing. I'll add the data synchronization IDSB form.
IDSB forum is found. Brand new folder here, data syncs. All I have though is that for 2200. Now I need data syncs folder for 2201. Should just have like an audio track in the background of people coughing every so often. Maybe every 10 to 20 minutes. Did you find any cigarettes? You didn't leave them outside, did you? Did you check your purses, pouches, wings? Oh wait, hey, wait.
You keep doing that. Remember you pulled it out of your pocket the other day?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. Well, no, I mean.
We're having distributions problems.
Well, and it's also, you really would prefer I don't smoke, so I mean,
Yeah.
it's.
Oh, sorry, the smoking factory shut down today. Sorry. It's a manufacturing problem, so if you go to the store, they're gonna say they don't have anything. Yeah, so every time we make a leap forward in time, I have to fill out this IDSB form that I created in conjunction with AI, and so that keeps the simulation going and keeps things tidy. However, the more planets that we take, the more forms that I have to fill out. So I'm really cool with just taking things a step at a time, to be honest. And the determining factor, so I wrote this down the other day during the power outage. I used that time to come up with the ideas that I have to improve my governance. I have here that handling the times that we leap forward and synchronize to a new date. That'll be based on the executive orders. The executive orders that have to be fulfilled, so we'll keep it goal-based. We'll have particular dates that things are that we'll set. Okay, so for example, one of the dates that we can set right now, paying attention to what's going on inside of Stellaris, inside of our program here. So the next election, for example, we could fast forward to that, but we have a lot of other things that we have to do before the election, right? We don't want to just, fast forward. We could base it on practically anything where we leap ahead. One of the first things that I'd like to set it to probably will be the construction of buildings. That's the easiest thing that we could settle on here for how far ahead we can leap. Currently we have a 211 day basic factories job there, and then on the day that it's complete, urban dwellings begins, and that's a 360-day project. So both of these projects took about an entire year. It takes a year for each of these modules to be constructed. So basic factories will be done in 211 days from June 1st. So that's calendar calculator. Add to or subtract. Okay, so the start date today is June 1st, 2201. And we're going to add 211 days. The new date is going to be a Tuesday, December 29th, 2201. So that'll be the completion day. We should be able to expect the project to be done that day, unless we have issues where we have to pause construction. It might not even be possible to pause construction. That's kind of good, right? So what I'm going to write down here is we need to attain a project completion report. Here's the generic form. The farther into space we get, further into these simulations, the closer we get to ejecting the Dead by Daylight scenarios, and I don't know, some people might consider life to be boring. I find it quite exciting to read over some of these research reports. You don't have to read. is the 1st of June, 2201. This looks like a nothing file. Just finish up with this form that I'm working on here. Project handover, if necessary, I guess. And we'll include the sync date. One. And now we can find in the database new form. From the Internal Administration Authority. Looks better on Microsoft Word. From now, December 20. That's crazy. And this is going in which district again? Commercial Nexus. Thousand. 1,201. So that'll be one of the dates that we can leap forward to. Any other big executive orders coming up, and we can leap to that date. April 3rd. That was when we started the project there, I think. April 3rd. 360 days. April 3rd. No, 29th March. From 360 days from April 3rd. Yeah, no, I can't do that. Subtract. January 3rd, not April 3rd. This one we can technically consider filed already. I had it auto-generated. There are going to be a lot of events upcoming, so stay tuned. Actually, rather enjoying myself. So that's based on what they're supposed to be doing then. Site clearing, grading and foundation, stabilization, structural frame assembly, steel composite, installation of modular factory base, units A to F, electrical grid integration and backup capacitor installation, HVAC and industrial ventilation systems, automated conveyor and loading platform installation, safety systems installation, fire suppression, emergency egress, monitoring, final finishing, signage, and access control systems. Output capacity 6 standardized production lines. Energy draw within commercial nexus allocation limits. Noise and emissions within regulatory thresholds. Automation level tier 2 compliant. Structural integrity certified for 40-year operational lifespan. place a checkbox. Like, I'm gonna place a checkbox next to next to what was generated, because yeah, if there's a section that always place a checkbox next to the inspection results of what it expects to see. Other section there. Cost and budget summary. Budget for that is 400 minerals. Yeah, sorry everyone, you're not really learning anything new. I'm just having to set up this system here so that you can. Project manager still has to sign it on that date. Original budget, 400 minerals. And that's about it. Final cost. So I'm going to save this report here. $201. $12.29. Okay, cool. Now you can look at that. Everything's already checked off for the December 29th due date for the project. Anything that has to be added on, they'll solves. It's basically, instead of a report, it's like an expectation sheet. A little hiccup there. Gonna leave that in. We'll put that there. Okay. Oop. If I minimize the one that disappears. So that'll probably be the first date that we leap forward in time. We also have these dates that we can utilize here. We just don't have any exacts. 8 months remaining, but it doesn't say exactly when. 30 months here, 4 months here. We'll just have to kind of play it by ear, could say. So 8 months from now, that would be February. 4 months from now, that's October. So we can leap forward to these due dates here. So 4 months from now, that'll be our first leap. else. Nothing else, I guess. So in about 5 minutes or less, we're gonna leap forward in time. We're gonna see what happens next. If anything hits us on the way to the next date, then we shall read about it. There are various reports that we can read over the course of time if we want to review. Especially occurrences that are happening on Earth. But then the further out that we get, farther out we get into space, the more strange things we're going to encounter, the stranger the reports are going to get. I mean, I'm guessing. I don't really know for sure. Everything's looking pretty uncertain. The only thing that I know for certain is that we have planet Earth sitting right here. This is what we got. I should also create a plan for the engineering vessel, the NORAD, to make use of our sun's energy. That way we can ensure +5 energy credits per month. We're already up to 771 energy credits, as well as 401 minerals to be exact. And that means that there's more room for construction, so we can build a medical center, commercial zones, basic offices. We just don't want to end up with another one of those situations where consumer goods goes into the negatives, because that'll stifle every one of the researchers' jobs, and researching is where we want to be before we embark. We need to know more. So basic factories in conjunction with the alloy quarry foundry, that'll probably be for the best. We could soon build another city district, and then that can make room for the alloy quarry foundry. I could probably set up an entire district to be to have 3 of those, or however many expansions that were given to build those modules. And then we've got lots of minerals rolling in, and then with another basic factory constructed, we can turn those minerals back into consumer goods, and then planet Earth should be set. And then from there, it's a matter of where do we go next? I mean, we're not going to be colonizing any of these planets anytime soon. Mars is considered barren. The moon as well. That's the asteroid Pluto. Is there the planet Pluto around here? Or is Pluto actually an asteroid now? That's Makemake, or Make, make, make. Neptune. There's no way in hell that we're going to be colonizing Venus nor Mercury. We'll die. Water is not abundant on those planets. It's scarce. So next up, we're taking a look at where we can leap next. So 4 months. We'll leap 4 months ahead. And when we're all ready, interstellar generational ship. That's the project being worked on. The biggest project that we've got going on. It's probably been more than 5 minutes now, but falling a little bit. Leaping forward is less time for us to think. So give it 1 minute. Making sure that the system doesn't have anything more for us to do. It's telling me now, jumping from 2,200, so jumping from June 1st to December 29th is a big temporal leap. And before you authorize it, there are a few smart, low-friction actions that can keep the simulation clean, the bureaucracy coherent. Yeah, we want to make sure everything is synchronized as best as possible. Close out adjustments. Memos. Personnel reassignment confirmations from the R&D cuts. Those shouldn't be active anymore. Yeah. We gave everyone their jobs back. Consumer goods stability check. If consumer goods stable, then you're good. Yeah, we're good there. Status sweep for directorates, industrial, scientific, and energy, as well as internal security, governor's office. 8% crime. Crime went up by 4% again. Stability's still up. No notes from Minister of State. Unemployment's at 0. That or they're hiding something. Construction progress check. Economic and logistics review. No major unrest, no governance shifts, no diplomatic incidents, no population level disruptions. All is stable. No anomalies. Alright, let's go. There are no directives at this time. I'm going to leap forward by 4 months, so that'll be October 1st. Priming warp machine, for lack of a better name for it. 3 seconds. 3, 2, sure, 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fourteenth, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, still in June. If you guys are getting restless, go and take a look at my Dead by Daylight playthroughs. I think you might find that to be relaxing for your needs. So on the 1st of July, we were able to unlock some kind of a cultural declaration, something we can declare for the people. And it's currently the 3rd of July, so we're not at the target date yet, but we can select a tradition. We've got a lot of different traditions that we can select in order to help the interstellar civilizations that exist, if there are any, so that they know what Earth represents. That's mainly what it's about. We already have traditions set on Earth, but they need to know what we're about. Selecting options here for selecting our traditions. Something to really think about. Confederacy, could you imagine? Each part of our empire wields a great degree of autonomy, but towards the galaxy we show a united front. Local command structures, loyalty, restrict federal power. To centralize power is to steal it from where it belongs. To guarantee the sovereignty of our numerous states, we will enforce strict restrictions on what power the federal government might wield. The Endless Realm, National Assembly. Local representations from all over our empire meet to discuss and vote upon important matters of state. So that's what to look forward to with Confederacy. Where we at with resources? Everything's still in the positive. We're kind of impacted with the minerals in order to get consumer goods positive, but that's not going to be a problem. Just as long as we're not running out. Science, stability, economic balance, ethical governance, diplomacy especially. We're more federalized than confederate, technically, on our planet Earth. It says here, diplomacy, the surest way to destroy your enemies is to make them your friends. Imagine that. There are people who are unable to make friends. Constant enemies. That's what creates killers. Anyone idealizing, try not to idealize. Stick with the reality. Reality is sometimes worse, sometimes better. Greed. Our value is limited only by the value of what we own. Sounds about right for Earth, yeah. Collection and accumulation speaks to our very soul. We are what we have and we will have it all. Sounds more like the USA. Tight-fisted, every credit spent is a credit lost. Let us not waste any resources on those who could do with less. Sad. Ruthless negotiators who will use all means to get what we want. Others might not like us for it, but that is none of our concern. Well, some hard-assing. Very ST, if you will. Extortion, we will claim everything we think we can get, draining our citizens of whatever possession we can coerce them of. And this is all within the greed tradition here, so how do we want for the extraterrestrial to know us? It's like, do we want to end up with war? Friends probably saying, frick this guy, man. Playing our game. Oh, you like this game too? Just relax. Now we have chronicling. No event shall pass unrecorded. Each event, data point, and thought we observe will be preserved to ensure our collective's journey into eternity. Unlocks a new observation mission called Document Civilization, which is a superior version of passive observation. The new observation mission is also considered a passive approach in the eyes of the galactic community. The number of planets, so primitive life form study, the number of planets in the galaxy far outstrips the incidence of life. As preciously rare as they are, each life form has a unique lesson to teach us. The Chroniclers. Chroniclers prefer structured archives over distant stars. Their meticulous records enhance planetary research efficiency. And research is the only way off of this godforsaken planet. Okay? So you could consider my tradition, if I myself were a planet, one of them is chronicling. That's specifically for these types of, if we're going somewhere else in life, then might as well make things interesting. Galactic records, I mean, this really sounds like what it is that we're after at this time. We'll make records of this galaxy, mapping every planet, recording every system, and every celestial body it contains. Historical records. We keep a meticulous recording of the history of our empire. Every event and individual is recorded. So is every action we take. Through this knowledge of our common history, we are held more tightly together. So that's monthly unity and governing ethics attraction. Distributed records. Survey data is curated, annotated, and prepared for public use. The resulting maps and findings are distributed through public archives, reinforcing our shared understanding of the galaxy. We gain one unity for every star system we have personally surveyed and cataloged. So a lot of unity. And in conjunction with another tradition, that'll be very important. I'm liking the idea of adopting chronicling. Just getting the general consensus here. Chronicling is extremely UNE coded. Earthlings would respond well to it, says. A sense of we survived this together. UNE thrives on that. What did we go through in life? We will not forget who we were as we become something new. That's the important part, though. That's where the disconnect is oftentimes in reality, right, guys? We will not forget who we were. And we don't get to the next part as we become something new. We just kind of say we won't forget who we were. We won't forget who we were. I mean, there's a lot of hopelessness. Diplomacy is a great way to move forward. It's a method to move forward, but it shouldn't be the ultimate strategy because, or I mean, if it is, that's good, but it's a method. I don't want a method selected first. I want the strategy selected first. And we're still in 2201, so we have plenty of time to dominate the stars. That is, if we don't encounter civilizations that are too advanced for us to be able to progress, or there are also some anomalies that may cut us off. It's possible for us to be cut off. Our hyperlanes available to us can be cut off from the rest of the galaxy. It all depends on these solar storms, and yeah, at this current time we've got 4 options. If we can construct hyperlanes, these are the 4 most viable locations for us to go. Pray to God that we won't get cut off. I really strongly suggest that we work on a starbase, but again, the president and the governor, according to the system, they don't care. They don't care yet, anyway. Maybe setting a tradition will help. That's good to know. The system seems to think that the biggest early game risk is cultural fragmentation, which would actually hold back our entire civilization and probably lower the amounts of resources that we can accumulate. Thinking chronicling might be the best. It might be a really good way for other civilizations to see us, and it might also be a really good way to help the government and the people find unity together. For the reason that, don't we all like to know more about things that we can have control, not control of, but there's a way that we can manage that information without it being random and chaotic. Learning, the process of learning, the numeric system, for example, right? Administratum, what is this? A legion of clerks and bureaucrats oversee the empire, executing the will of our leaders with dutiful persistence. Streamlined recruitment processes, efficient bureaucracy, standardized planetary administration, merit-based promotions, and Bureau of Oversight. Efficient bureaucracy. As any empire grows, so too does its bureaucracy. New methods are implemented to reduce paperwork and bureaucratic response times, enabling projects to be completed more quickly. And with this, we might not even have to index so many of the reports and executive orders, so on and so forth. We might be seeing less paperwork that way. Ship build speed, planetary infrastructure build speed, clear blocker time. I mean, we can just read about what happened. You don't have to read about, all the projects. Bureau of Oversight is an independent organization. Its overseers travel throughout the empire, inspecting policies and practices of local administrations. A written remark from a bureau overseer is the nightmare of any ambitious administrator. Merit-based promotions would be nice. Politics, intrigue, and petty quarrels greatly affected past promotion decisions. New strict guidelines and decentralized promotion decisions ensure that this is no longer the case. And that falls in line with the paperwork that I have set. For example, the construction project that's currently being worked on. We're in this document. As you can see, it shows here. These are already checked off as yes, but we haven't gotten to the 29th of December yet. Compliance certifications obtained. And here, work completed, summary of completed work. So we're already saying that this is completed. This is what's expected to be complete. It's basically a checklist that, you know what you're supposed to do. You know the date that it's all expected by, so completed. I already read it out. All it needs is to be signed on that date for final approval. If it can't be signed on that date, someone screwed up, and we're going to find out where they messed up and how. For example, with this, but this is a bit ambitious to say that there's going to be supply delays. I guess they didn't read the news. We already fixed that problem. We already fixed that problem. Unless there's something we don't know, something I don't know. So I think chronicling and administratum might be for the best. As a human being, I'd say that I'd probably end up getting killed. Or, I don't know, what's less than being killed? Like, bullied? Probably end up being bullied around the people. Diplomacy with the people would end up creating a mess for administratum. I've already experienced that personally. Like, you can't even be friends with your own neighbors in order to get political favor. Like, how freaking messed up is that? There's academy, but are we... Military schools. Our empire firmly believes that only an educated military can truly operate at maximum efficiency. That's pretty good. We'll have more knowledge about space before we get out there. Military especially will be informed. It'll be like Space Force taking command of everyone, of every being at the top of every chain. Space Force and other government branches like it in internationally. Mandatory higher education. By mandating a higher education for all citizens, we can ensure that our leaders are capable of executing their roles with deft precision. That'd be nice. Yeah. Why do we not have this set yet? You know, honestly, civilizations out there might think of us as stupid if we don't press on this tradition as one of our selected earthly traditions. If we go with all the ways of the past, what do we got? We got greed, we learned about that. Individualism to some degree. Nothing mechanical, nothing robotic. Industry is the most that we've got there. Piracy has never been a worldwide idea. If it was, then I mean, computers? Who needs computers? We have metal. We need to convert metals into computers. Plastics and all that. About the coin, commerce and piracy. Industry, there we go. Something a bit more down to earth. Our world is covered by smoke and filled with factories. Can produce whatever we, or indeed the galaxy, may need. So that would make us seem like a tool. Just what happens to industrious people. That's what happens to people who say, I'm neutral. I'm just here to build and to be an engineer. Well, good. Then you can be a bad word. You can be a tool used by any civilization. Good for you. Justice. We're trying, right? Everyone shall unconditionally answer to the law, for it stands above everything else. It's, we're not gonna press on justice because I'm gonna tell you this. Everyone answering unconditionally to the law means that the law has to do it, means that everyone in the government has to do it. It means that every politician has to do it. It means that every celebrity has to do it. The law being paramount, that's like the 10 Commandments being at the top of everything. You all have to stop. Are you gonna? No, there's something in you that's causing your Dead by Daylight killer and survivor feelings, breaking rules and pushing people's buttons and pushing the limits. There's something still inside all of us. Some kind of toxic in the foundation. So I'm not pushing on justice. That's the wrong way to go. Foundation. Others try to spread their empires far and wide. We work towards a deeper and more fundamental goal. Okay, that sounds interesting. A common cause. We are all united in a common cause. Every one of us knows that they are an important cog in the machinery that works towards our goal. Okay, foundation sounds... Foundation, they gave it the color red, and it also seems to be communistic. Intelligence Gathering Core. Our Intelligence Gathering Core travel the galaxy and continuously send information back home about the state of the galaxy. Here, let me move this up here. About the state of the galaxy. This information is vital to our cause, or at least to minimize disturbance from the outside. This is a very closed house, and so if there's a civilization that's not necessarily diplomatic but wants to dominate, that means they're gonna really put us to the test. They're gonna drill their way into our civilization with spies and espionage, and at current, espionage can become a cluster F. Progressive economy, centralized government. Yeah, with progressive economy comes that. Other empires may draw resources from their vast realms, something we may not. To still be able to compete, we have been forced to reshape the very fundamentals of our economy. While our realm might not be as resourceful as those of others, even the most plentiful of realms is not as resourceful as the people which populate ours. So that increases the resource output by all specialist jobs by plus 10%. Okay. Good for us. The grand design. Central to everything is the grand design. It is this that we follow, and only a few know it down to the smallest detail. I wouldn't recommend it for an entire civilization. especially larger populations, I wouldn't recommend this foundation. Our foundations have oftentimes changed. Collectivism. The individual is a cell. The collective is the body. True greatness begins when self-interest ends. No, we don't have that. We don't have collectivism. The USA doesn't, anyway. The USA we can't get it together. We're about individualism more. Our empire have no value. I think they meant has. Our empire has no value in itself. Only the individuals who constitute it does. Well, if that's true, then, I mean, we're still yet, every way that we look with all these types of traditions, if we don't learn how to be more objective as a people and as a nation, we're not going to surpass the current obstacles that we have blocking our paths. Expansion seems good from like a short-term, medium-term view, but I can see in the long term that it connects with greed a little bit. We're going to end up with the same situation that we have with greed. We're going to want to nestle our way into every civilization so much. Now we're going to have no choice but to go to war eventually. And that's one of the problems that I think that's one of the problems overlooked about Star Trek, Starfleet, that they really are about expansion and discovery and all that, but the reason why they're going to war so often isn't necessarily because there's villains and villainesses out there in the stars. It's more so that we confront them. Like, look at us, we're expanding outward in the galaxy. Are you safe to expand and past or through or whatever? And then they're basically saying no. Boundary, no, you know? And that's one of the problems with federalism in general. Federalism's a problem on our planet because people want to have more individualism here, but federalism's our only way out. It might be our only way out. I cannot see how we could get off of this planet without government, federal government managing the course, you know? Right. Thank you for waiting. Let's return to what we're doing here. Domination is cool and all, but the same issues going to arise with expansion right next to it. Domination, expansion, discovery. It's like a more innocent form of expansion. So you're not necessarily looking to propagate everywhere constantly, but your need to discover things is going to send you into turning your civilization into a red shirt. You better hope that the universe is a real nice place. And if not, actually, discovery, the need to discover, could actually help us to generate better technologies. Technologies that constantly keep us ahead of the curve. Technologies that, are cutting edge, actual cutting edge. So let's read, because I don't know what there is here. Anything in tech? To boldly go. A new age of exploration is upon us. As we once mapped the surface of our home world, we must now brave new terrain, space. There is a galaxy full of wonder waiting to be discovered. So that's survey speed. Database uplinks. High capacity quantum bands dedicated to databank transfers make possible virtually completely synchronous research operations across vast distances. That's a mouthful. The databank quantum bands dedicated to databank transfers make possible virtually completely synchronous research operations across vast distances. Okay, Science Division. The number of science and medical officers has been increased throughout the fleet, organized into a special science division. To support this corps of officers, new training programs have greatly accelerated the rate at which we commission new science officers. This is partially the route of Star Trek. I mean, look at that. You can even see there, and the name of it, To Boldly Go, Discovery. Yeah. Polytechnic education. In this age of increasingly advanced technology, a basic education in polytechnics and applied science will benefit all of our citizens. This will inevitably lead to more qualified leaders. Increasingly advanced technology. This is only about the leaders. Scientists help with tech. Okay. Faith in science. The public has come to regard science as something almost akin to a religion. Their faith in it is absolute. There is no question in this universe so big that it cannot be answered by science. Researchers upkeep minus 20%. Liberty. Freedom, once secured, must be preserved. Within our society, every citizen enjoys the right to prosper through their own effort. Universal rights. That symbol looks similar to what we found with Foundation. Or Confederacy. Yeah, Confederacy. Restrict federal power. So there's that symbol there. Restrict federal power, universal rights. Look at this, guys. Liberty and Confederacy share something in common. Interesting knowing that the Confederacy in the USA is known for slavery, for believing in slavery and not wanting to abolish it. The freedom to be a slave owner. We declare that universal rights are for all of us all the time, wherever we are, and wherever we are from. Yeah, but you have to be part of that group. Whoever we are, but not them. You get what I'm saying? Whoever we are and wherever we are from. Universal rights. If you're not one of us, then you don't have that. That's the shadow side of liberty. Liberty, 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 liberty. Obligatory. Mystery. Ooh, I would probably personally choose this. Mystery. Secrets and deceit ensure that only a few, if any, know every detail of how our society functions. Yeah, I'd choose that to pair up with how our society already functions, because you know why? We're all gonna get killed. A shroud of secrecy. Our society is covered in a shroud of secrecy, and few know every detail of its workings. Positions of power are filled in an unclear manner. A large number of associations, organizations, guilds, and parties with various responsibilities and unclear recruitment processes makes up the various layers of society. Covert assets, mystics, I don't know, maybe. I give mystery as a tradition 1 thumb up. Prosperity is great. It's good for money, but money's gonna slip through your hands once you meet up with a civilization that's better than yours. It's like, oh, you guys are still using coins. Yeah, we use this instead. Here, hold on to this, and then melts everyone. What kind of currency is that? Spaceborne, even upon first sight of the void above, we knew that was where we belong. Starbase capacity plus 20%. So that means that we want to be in space. This will be about spaceships, and this would definitely help against alien invasion and any alien issues, because if we stay vessel focused, ship focused, that means that we can definitely we can tackle all of the areas between where things are owned, you know. And if we can do that, how do I say this? This will be about getting to know space more. Spaceborne. It's also supremacy versus domination. What is the difference here? If we do not impose our will on others, they will inevitably impose theirs on us. That's domination. So that's another us versus them scenario. Political. Nice background. You can see it right there. All political. Choose your us carefully. Now, supremacy. The future of this galaxy belongs to those who are strong enough to seize it. This is... okay, so I know what the difference is. Domination is, like I said, political, us versus them, whereas supremacy, there's no focus on there being a dichotomy. Supremacy is just, there's only one. Only us. There is no one else. Everyone dies that way. Except for us. The reason why domination doesn't, with domination, there's always going to be like a vassal, or there's always going to be someone who's lesser. That's how domination takes form. There's a recessive and a dominant. Recessive being the weaker. With supremacy, there's no weak. The weak are killed. There's no place for the weak. And that's why Confederacy isn't 100%, like, it's not about like a supremacy scenario. It isn't even necessarily about a domination scenario. In fact, I'd say that the dominators were the Union. And that's why it seemed like it was a problem against human beings and freedoms and liberties, but the slavery thing, man, like, just, you guys couldn't change that one thing? That would have given you the edge, I think. And there were actually African Americans who did fight on the side of the South. I'm not sure if it was their choice, but some of them might have believed in the ideals there. Speaking of ideals, proselytism or ideals and way of life are naturally superior to that of others. It is our duty to spread them through the galaxy. So, missionaries, crusades, assimilation. So this is more religious, wanting to be the number one. It's like the name God known in like a really, I don't know, pious way, pious form of God known. Militarism. I might opt for militarism because at least there's still diversity. It's just, you know, people got to be strong. You already know that the USA isn't fully on board with militarism. No one in this world is on board with militarism fully. We're all trying to, we're kind of spreading ourselves thin in terms of traditions. Who even are we anymore? What are we even about anymore? Everything's not working as well as it used to. What did we give up? It's like we gave up on adaptability and then we tried to adapt to everything. Chronicling might give us that sitting duck thing, so oh boy, this is oh look, aesthetics. Beauty can be perceived but not explained. Without beauty, our existence would be hollow. Governing ethics attraction increased by plus 15% on planets with the autochthon monument building chain. So this is all about making things look good. That's something kind of, honestly, I think the Earth's guilty of that. Kind of having a tradition of aesthetics paired up with the greed and the commerce. I think aesthetics came before commerce. They weren't looking to quantify anything that, like gold or whatever. They looked at it, they saw it, and they said, more. 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 They didn't even know how much it was worth, just that it was shiny. automata, automated combat analysis, automation protocols. As our technologies advance, automation buildings become more efficient and less costly to maintain. And eventually we don't have to do anything at all. Everything does everything for us. Domestic automation. Automated systems relieve the population of routine tasks, fostering higher satisfaction and social stability. Yeah, then the only thing we have to do is just worry about being interesting. It's pretty good. Leaves a lot of room for AI backlash, though. Or anything automated, backlash from the system. Chivalry. I like the idea, but it's a very heartbreak route. You cannot trust that chivalry is going to get you through. Our ideals are neither too bent nor broken. Whatever happens, without wavering, we must be virtuous. This is where the beasts truly live. You see all these knights in white armor at the beginning levels, but then when you get to the highest levels of the chivalrous, you're spawning the worst. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? Some of you don't, some of you do. I mean it. You go up that route, if your world is wrong, if a hero is lost to themselves, then let's just choose something else. We're not always going to be virtuous. Very heart heavy about that tradition. Psionics. Unlocking the power in the mind. Okay, did I read something that was just like that? I think mystery, right? This is more about the brain power. This could be good, but you know what might end up happening? A lot of people will just rather die. They say, that was fun and all, the human journey, but you know, my mind is basically saying, all right, time to close down. And then all the people who are just still interested in growing their brain, they'll just be sitting there, I don't know, talking to Stonehenge. Or maybe, I don't know. It makes me think of Mass Effect, the bio something abilities. Where you can move things with your mind and things like that. There's that. Great Awakening, the eye that pierces all veils is closed. Only with great effort can it be opened, and our true power awakened. People are a bit too wary about what that means. And also, there's a lot of triteness about what that means. A lot of people think we're awakened because they, I don't know, read something about lion's mane and then made their own lion's mane product or something. I don't know. Lion's mane. La la la. Now, the best strategy, I think, for the UNE, United Nations of Earth, is one not where we have to rely on having something to give, unless it's our all. At like a final... I mean, that's if we want to live. If we are cool with just falling away and dying and leaving behind an imprint, then no problem. We could choose mechanicum, cybernetics, synthetics, even industry. Militarism, though, that's a life thing. Liberty isn't guaranteed life, it's experience. Nature, that's actually great for life, I think. Our mind has no end. It reaches into everything from organisms of the lowest complexity to the very soil of our worlds. Okay, what does that mean? Adaptive society. Rather than modifying the environment to suit our own needs, we have learned to adapt our lives to our surroundings. I like that. Sounds pretty good. Self-sustaining. Rather than solely depend on centralized food production, most individuals on our worlds are to some extent self-sustaining. To some extent, they can produce their own food. I like that. Population food consumption minus 10%, and job efficiency for farmers plus 25%. So that really helps the working class people. It'll give us probably an increase in farmers. And then perhaps more solutions for agricultural districts. Speaking of, I can build another agricultural district here to help with the growth for our planet. What was I? Nature, right? Nature. I haven't even read Order and Perseverance yet. Check that out after. Nature, natural riches. The nature around us is rich in resources that can be utilized by those who know where to find them. One with nature rather than pushing nature away. To make way for our society, we have learned to build within it, with minimal need to devastate the nature to make room for ourselves. Non-consumerism. While others value material things, we are above such inferior behavior. So consumption is less overall. And healthier planets, I guess. Healthier planets, less consumption. Some of our planet would like that, like the Greeks maybe. Mediterranean areas. The USA, most liberal or democratic, I guess, maybe. Midwest too, preserving farming lands, the views, and so on and so forth. Order. Every being has their role in the grand scheme of things. It is everyone's duty to perform their assigned task. I kind of like that. Prevent disinformation. This would pair up really well with chronicling and administratum. Many are those who wish to sway our citizens by spreading false information. Under no circumstances may any such attempt succeed. Minus 10% crime and plus 15% libertarian ethics attraction. Standardized work schedules. To better organize our workforce, we have standardized the work schedules. Two workers working the same job will do so under the same conditions, independently of where they do it. Job efficiency for workers is plus 10%. Rights and responsibilities, political stability. As our empire grows ever bigger, we must strive to maintain political stability, else we will fall apart. It is the responsibility of every party and individual to ensure that our political system runs smoothly and that neither disputes nor prestige obstructs the running of our empire. Maintain political stability. Faction approval plus 3%. So that helps with cohesion. Regulated society, that too. Yes. Well, it says here upkeep from jobs minus 10%. That would help with the consumer goods. Perseverance. The obstacle matters not, the ravages of time, the despair of defeat, or the inhospitable nature of the galaxy. We shall endure all. I like this. I feel like perseverance is a great strategy to place ahead of everything else. Perseverance. Otherwise, we're gonna die. You know? However, it says adoption effects here are ship hull points plus 10% and army health plus 10%. So it's militant on this start. Or on the overall start, I guess. Resilience. However our foes try to beat us down, we will not break. Whatever harm our body and mind is exposed to, they will endure. Armor hit points plus 15%. So this is about, remember, interstellar. How we are known in the galaxy. Defender. Offense can win battles and maybe even wars, but only on the martial foundation of defense can we build an empire to stand the test of time. Space defense. Enduring come what may, all bad fortune is to be conquered by endurance or exhaustion gain minus 25%. This strategy will prepare us for the worst. Persistence, revanchism, or revanchism. The difference between strength and weakness is not giving up in defeat. Influence gained from rivals increased by plus 10%. In addition, whenever we lose a war, our resource output and ship fire rate is increased by plus 10% for 20 years. It's a big boost if we lose a war. That'll keep us in the game. That's a very far-tuned strategy. And so that might stifle our beginning. So we need something in between perseverance and I don't know, what would kill us the quickest? Nature could, maybe, if we only work on these traditions. Sorry, veganism and vegetarian, sorry. Carnivorism, omnivorism, I mean, y'all aren't the only ones on the planet. And of course, herbivores would fight for herbivorism, right? What can you do? Run. Short term, I'd say nature is great for the short term, and then eventually we're gonna have to start, you know, moving up there. So perseverance, nature. It means that we can't solely rely on nature. So between that, we have all these ideas. Self-sacrifice. The need of the many outweigh the needs of the few. This could work really well in conjunction with perseverance. Chronicling, we'll work with that at the same time that we work with I think maybe education should come first. Academy seems like actually a really good start. Maybe. It's a bit short, medium term. We need something that's short term still yet. a little bit closer to home. Building and district strategic resource cost and upkeep reduced by -15%. That's with enhanced recycling. That'll help with expansion. Environmental, and without having to choose the expansionism traditions. Environmental diversification. By adapting to different environments, we have learned to evolve and adapt faster. Habitability plus 10%. That'll help. I think adaptability might be the best thing to choose. To adapt is to survive and surpass. We need that. We need that before perseverance, I think. Let's choose adaptability. And before I do, I want to make sure that get some second opinion here. Make an official announcement on the 3rd. It's weird choosing adaptability in a way. It feels weird, but it is July 3rd. And then I imagined the scene. I'm still looking for something wrong with my choice here. And I imagined the scene where you see the guy from Shaw from X-Men Origins. I don't know if you saw the movie, but he goes up to one of the characters and royally fricks him up. He says, "Adapt to this," and he couldn't do it. Which means that understanding of consequences. It's the consequence of being adaptable. What's a bad consequence of being adaptable? That we might not stick with something, probably. And if we don't stay the course with something, we could end up in a situation that we can't get out of. Or a situation, yeah, either way. It's tough to say. I think we should be adaptable in space and with other species. It's just we don't want to cause ourselves to look like we don't have backbone, right? For now, I think we should adapt. We don't know what's going on in space, and we need to focus more towards sustainability as well. Make sure that we can even survive. Let's get that second opinion. It aligns with current economic posture, early expansion phase, cultural identity as a species emerging from crisis, doctrine of survival through flexibility, and the need to stabilize Earth while preparing for the unknown. How did it just, like, I don't know. I feel like I am sometimes AI myself. Alright. Adaptability is not only viable, it's philosophically UNE coded in a way that's easy to overlook. Tradition built around resilience, flexibility, and environmental adjustment. Fits a species that has spent generations learning to survive its own mistakes. We shall adapt. Reminds me of Independence Day. UNE's biggest weakness, basically the United Nations of Earth, is being too centralized and too Earth dependent. Pragmatic doctrine, yeah. Pragmatism first. I know I like vision, I like dreams, and I like, like seeing the future is great and all, but you can't do that when you got something in your eye. You know what I mean? You gotta take care of your eyes. This is good to know. Does it prepare the Empire for the next phase? So far, from what I see, yes. It strengthens resilience and flexibility during a critical growth window, and that's exactly how I view this current scenario that we're in. We're in a critical growth window, so adaptability is probably for the best. Now let's officialize it. All these windows open now, and reports, executive orders, which current operational date, July 3rd. Issuing authority. Okay. This was fine. It's good enough. And then you guys will get to read the documents. Just stay tuned. In fact, I can read it for you. Oh, you read it. Gotta get Fang Wu working on something. Firm focus on increasing mineral output. I'm gonna need him in these upcoming years. It's a new order. Alright, get ready. In just less than a minute, you'll be able to read this document here, and it'll outline for you everything that needs to be known before we proceed. Says, by authority of the Supreme Executive Authority, in accordance with the Cultural Development Mandate and the Interstellar Governance Charter, the Empire of the United Nations of Earth hereby adopts the tradition of adaptability as the next foundational doctrine guiding the development of Earth and its expanding interstellar presence. This tradition shall represent the Empire in its entirety and shall be recognized as an official cultural pillar of humanity's ascent. Purpose and justification. The adoption of adaptability is based on the following strategic and cultural assessments: humanity's historical resilience and capacity to adjust under pressure, the Empire's current phase of expansion, requiring flexible development pathways, the need to stabilize Earth's internal systems while preparing for unknown external environments, the doctrine that to adapt is to survive and surpass, now formalized as imperial ethos. Directorate's consensus that flexibility reduces systemic risk during early interstellar operations. Adaptability strengthens the Empire's ability to respond to environmental, economic, and societal challenges without compromising long-term cohesion. Directorate acknowledgements. The following directorates have reviewed and acknowledged the adoption order. Directorate of Cultural Development confirms alignment with human identity and morale. Directorate of Industrial Affairs confirms synergy with planetary development strategies. Directorate of Scientific Advancement acknowledges benefits to environmental research and colony planning. Directorate of Internal Security notes reduced vulnerability to systemic shocks. Governor's Office confirms positive public sentiment projections. All directorates report no objections. Implementation Protocol, effective immediately. Adaptability shall be integrated into all cultural, educational, and administrative frameworks. Planetary development plans shall incorporate adaptability-aligned policies where applicable. Directorate reports shall include quarterly assessments of adaptability's impact on operations. Public communication channels shall issue a standardized announcement outlining the tradition's meaning and benefits. UADS archives shall update the Empire's cultural tradition ledger to reflect this adoption. Record of adoption, tradition adopted, adaptability, adoption age, adoption date, 2201-0703, authorized by Supreme Executive Authority. Status, active. New review, next review, 2202-0703. Standard annual cultural review. Then signed by me, Nora Hamidi, and Zelda Stanfield, Director, Cultural Development Directorate, and UADS Chief Archivist, respectively. And the date 2201, year 2201, July 3rd. Alright. Now you all get to see the Earth reshaped, this empire reshaped by adopting this tradition. Ascension perks unlocked, +1 as a finisher effect. So I believe we'll get to that after. Population housing usage, -10%. It's a small step. But we are used to small steps at this point, aren't we? Now we're going to leap forward in time, synchronized to October 1st. I'm gonna watch days pass by as the Earth grows with our newly adopted tradition. Ready in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, and 4, 3, 2, 1s, and the 27th, heading into August. Resources all show positive. 22nd, 23rd, making our way to September.
Research complete.
A month early. More than a month early. 3 months early. Right? No, a month early. 3 months from now? Goodness, I totally forgot about that. Okay, so the 4-month mark was set for the research. But the reason why we were headed to October 1st, or December 29th is the next date. So October 1st was supposed to be time set. I don't know why, I did the math right, and then the math didn't come out right anyway. We're a month early, so that's okay. It's better than, I mean, maybe it has to do with our brand new tradition. Maybe it has to do with that. It affected perhaps the population some way for it to have taken a few days from. Yeah. So here we have the interstellar generational ship. Research complete. Starting tech. Unlocks the ship exploration vessel necessary for advancing to the interstellar age. Our lone planet isn't enough. We require a spacecraft designed to travel interstellar distances. But to cross such of distances, it will require multiple generations of people to live and die aboard before reaching their destination. Something that we can adapt to, surely. Imagine having to battle. Having to battle with, like, not Time Lords per se, but like, imagine if a battle was based on whether or not time could be stabilized for us. And in order to stabilize time without there being time artifacts generated that cause our universe instability, we have to battle with creatures or something, maybe even human beings from our own timeline that shifted. You know, imagine having to battle for that in this universe. That's maddening, right? Maddening not in the way that you'd be angry about it, but just you'd go mad. You ever have those daydreams or something about people and they never said anything to you? They don't think anything like that. But you can see multiple ways of things playing out. They might say something to you and then it doesn't play out that way. Like, you know, in their in your visualization of them, something plays out in a way that's bad. And sometimes you can even feel it as though it happened, but then you find out nothing happened. Could be like a time battle going on and we don't even know. We don't even know who our heroes are. There might be like a Terminator. We might have Terminators already set, you know, in place. You know, the Arnold Schwarzenegger Terminator. total of 19 documents are available to review. Scientific and technical research, engineering and infrastructure, government and directorate memos. We have foundational principles of long-duration generational transit, life support continuity models for multi-century voyages, closed-loop ecosystem stability, preliminary findings, cryogenic versus generational crew viability comparison, structural stress forecasting for interstellar hulls, psychosocial modeling for multi-generational quartz, preliminary hull architecture and frame load analysis, propulsion requirements for sub-FTL interstellar transit, habitat ring modularization and expansion pathways, resource storage, recycling, and fabrication systems overview. Directorate of Scientific Advancement, post-research implementation brief. Directorate of Industrial Affairs, feasibility of Earth-based pre-assembly. Directorate of Social Wellbeing, projected cultural impact of a generational exodus vessel. And Internal Security Directorate, threat assessment, sabotage, espionage, and ideological opposition. Projected resource burden of IGS construction, up to 2,210 year. Supply chain stress tests, steel, polymers, and rare alloys, and opportunity cost analysis, IGS versus orbital infrastructure expansion. Public sentiment forecast, reactions to a multi-century mission, ethical considerations of generational commitment and birthrights, unredacted strategic rationale for IGS development, projected context scenarios for a generational vessel, long-term species continuity contingency planning, and SEA level directive options for IGS deployment. Well, I know what I need to read. In the comments, you can always leave a comment telling me what it is that you'd like to read if you want. Now we need to be considering new research. Heat-resistant materials is the biggest and best research option we have available for engineering. Creation of special industrial materials and thermoplastic alloys will make it possible to take the next step in the development of uninhabited worlds. Heavy-duty and heat-resistant structures are necessary for colonization of planets with active volcanism and moving plate tectonics. So, is that telling us that we have a chance of establishing a colony on Venus or Mercury? I don't know. I just know that I wouldn't want to be anywhere near that colony. And that colony sounds very costly too. My mother would probably hate that colony. She'd say, can you guys just... Would you mind turning the AC down? Or off? Let me eat a little bit of food. I need to restore some of my energy. The new viewers here, you might not have wanted to show up here to watch someone eating food while reviewing engineering research, but that's exactly what you stumbled into. Someone eating food and there being engineering research. And also, funny right at that exact time, my mother rolls into the room. Welcome back to the spaceship.
Thank you.
If I didn't eat anything, my brain was gonna do that thing where it just stops. Encountered illegal exception. my mom was opening up the fridge. She was grabbing onto the handles and kind of pushing her way towards it, and it made me think that she was in like a zero gravity chamber, like some sort of space station or a spaceship. That's what that looked like. Like you're floating around in zero gravity.
If you can see the wheelchair.
Huh? Also, for those of you who are new here, we just got done with the where's the executive order thingy? If you want, you can read the documentation we have here. Not ISS, IAA. "31 months remaining before the next tradition, and probably right about then is when an ascension perk will be available." So, from my view, from our view, currently at this time, it's like taking an ink blot or something, right? Taking a sample, like a petri dish, and then just ink blotting something into it. And it's a giant ink blot because it is a tradition that we are saying represents the entirety of the empire of the United Nations of Earth. Which as of this moment is Earth and any planet beyond it that we decide to colonize. The AC a bit chilly for you?
Yeah, I think it's cold.
Huh?
Yes, please.
all of this for the world. And one more thing before we jump back into the, well, I don't know. Actually, this might be a great time to pause on the game. Remember, it is currently February 3rd, 2026. And we have parallel synchronized with the United Nations of Earth, where I am Supreme Executive Authority. And it is the year 2201, September 3rd. So, for now, let's take a pause. And I'll be back in a new live stream where I'll probably be playing a game. Which game? I don't know. Dead by Daylight is fun to play, but I feel like I've been kind of playing that too much. I feel like playing something else. I need like a break from just games that require so much of my focus, so much of my brain. I need a game that's just kind of fun, you know? So 3 o'clock will be the time that I start the game up. And before I close down the live stream for this scenario here, I'm also going to let you know that for those of you who don't know, who are here and don't know what happened, aside from adopting the brand new tradition to represent us, you know, the United Nations of Earth Empire, research was also just completed for an interstellar generational ship, meaning that we'll be able to explore the galaxy, and that's very exciting. Gives us a lot to prospect, to survey. Marvel Snap is an option, but I'll have to think. I'll have to think a lot more than just having fun. One Finger Death Punch is going to require focus. Papers, Please. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't require that much focus, does it? I'm just going to play some Papers, Please, probably. Anyways. See you all after. Take care.